Hello, how's it going, guys? I am back again. Uh, yeah, we doing this. Alright, so today, is not Saturday when I normally stream. Today is, I don't even know, Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, guys. Sorry, I easily lose track of what day it is, because of my insomnia. So, you know. Anyway, today we are playing a game called Derail Valley. This game is expected to get a major overhaul at the end of the month, which is going to hard reset everyone's games. So, before that happens, I'm trying to hit a goal that I've been trying to hit for a while. Which is getting $200,000 in the game so that I can buy the license to be able to drive the big diesel locomotives. For anyone who has not seen this game before, it's basically just a train driving simulator, an in-cab train driving simulator where you're not just, well, I guess it's not in-cab, it's on foot. You actually do like all the work. It's not like a lot of the popular train drive sims where you're locked to in cab. You actually get out, you walk around. You know what? I'll just show you. Yeah, that's going to be better than trying to explain it. All right. That button. Haha. There we go. I still know how to do this streaming stuff. Alright, so as you guys can see, we're sitting here, so we're standing here in, excuse me, inside one of the locomotives. This is the shunter units. This is the little locomotives you start with, the DE2s. And this is all I have been using for a while on this save. And I'm ready to upgrade, but my wallet sadly isn't. We're only at $168,500, and I need to get to $200,000 to be able to buy the license for the DE2s. But yeah, as you guys can see, we can run around and do whatever. There is a little teleport thingy because this game is built for both keyboard, mouse, and for VR. Obviously, I am not playing in VR at the moment. I have attempted to play in VR. I just don't have enough space here around my computer. This here, it's not a wall, but it is shelf units. So, my room is small, so I can't really do the VR thing too well. And yes, that does mean I do have a VR. At some point in the far future, I might do VR streams. I'm not sure. I will have to see how that will work, logistically, but we will see. It is a possibility for the future. But yeah, so lots of train cars, as you guys can see, all over the place. And this is kind of like the starting area. This is the little area you start in. I'm back here because there is so much stuff all over the place because of some of the mods that I have installed. And actually, I need to check one of them because I just enabled it. Oh, you can change that number. Okay. There we go. Alright, sorry. I just installed that mod so that the doors actually stay open when I leave the locomotive. In base game, they close. So I have a lot of mods to make this kind of more realistic for myself. So as you guys can see, the one that I just told you about is keeping the doors open. Another one is the couplers. So this uses an older style American style coupler. I could also use a Europe style coupler, I think, And the default style coupler is chain and shackle, which, I mean, it's not bad, it works, but I just prefer the actual couplers. It makes it easier to couple cars together. One of the other mods I have on is handbrakes. So every car has its own handbrake system. So you can turn them on and off individually, or if you stand on one and use the keyboard command, you can do it for the entire length of cars that are coupled together. Another mod I have on is realistic air brake systems. So, and the gauges to go along with it. So, yeah, actually, you know what? Let me turn this on just to check. Okay, good. So it did save the state of the engine the locomotive when I logged off. So we can turn that off. Almost every car in the yard, except for all of the cars along this line of track right here, have no air in the system, which means they have no braking capabilities. Any locomotive that spawns also is empty. Let me run over here to where the locomotives spawn. So that's the DE6. That's what I'm trying to be able to drive. Big boy diesels. Actually, let me do one thing real quick. I need to grab this, that, there, and then we do... I will show you guys what I am doing on my other monitor in just a moment. Once we kind of get situated with what's going on here. Alright, so as you guys can see here, there is no air in the brake pipe or the brake reservoir. So that means that this locomotive has absolutely no braking capabilities as well. I'm actually gonna start this one up real quick, just to kind of let the air start charging for a minute while I keep going over things, because we might use this locomotive later. Alright, so I went over air brake booklet organizer. That is, we'll go look at the booklets in a moment. It just reorganizes them so that they're in straight rows and not all over the place. Cargo swap changes the names on some of the containers to be a little more realistic instead of the in-game random names. Challenges I have disabled, so I'm not even going to talk about that right now. The super gauges is for the air brake gauges. Handbrake we talked about. Hold the door I talked about. That's what keeps the doors open. Keyboard notches. Not really going to have to worry about that one. That just makes it so that the keyboard keys increment up in notches, which I probably won't really be messing with. I installed it to use with the remote control, which I will show you. Locomotive lights keeps the lights on in the locomotive when you get off, as well as some other improvements to the lights. Persistent jobs. This is a big one. This one keeps, I believe typically in the game, whenever you leave an area and goes somewhere else, when you come back, the jobs are kind of procedurally generated every time you come in. What this persistent jobs mod does is it keeps the jobs loaded across the map. So, right now the jobs that are loaded here in the steel mill, which is where I'm at, if I were to go to the opposite side of the map to like the city southwest and then come back to steel mill, all those jobs will still be here. It'll be the same jobs. And the other thing that it does is it doesn't necessarily randomly spawn new cars, new freight cars, new freight. All the freight cars on the map are persistent, so they will stay where they're at for the job that they are loaded to. Remote dispatch I'm not using, so I'm not going to talk about that. And then the couplers we talked about. Alright. Okay, so that's pretty good. We'll turn this off for now. we'll come back and get it later if we need it. Alright, this is the remote control. It just basically allows me to remotely control a locomotive. It can only do one at a time, and it has to be paired. This is the little remote that controls a lot of things in games. I can remotely control switches with line of sight. I can request either a little hand cart or the caboose from the crew vehicle menu. Clear will allow me to delete train cars or locomotives for a fee, and then re-rail if the game is called Derail Valley. If we derail, I can re-rail the locomotives and the cars for a fee. Alright. This is the station office. This is where we collect jobs and upgrade things, stuff, buy new licenses. So these are the booklets for the jobs. The career manager is where I can pay off any fees that I have, buy new licenses, and then check my stats. So, now I'm going to show you guys what I do, what I've done for this game, because I've taken it a little too far. As you guys can see, I have an Excel document up now on stream. This is a document that I have been working on creating for this save particularly, for everything going on in it. So up here in the top left corner, that's the licenses I own and the ones that I don't own. The E6 is obviously the one I'm going for now. Working units, this is going to be any locomotives that I am currently working with that aren't parked. Then everything to the right of that is locomotives or cars or anything like that that is currently parked on rails. And then this next up area is kind of the list of what I want to do next. It's a lot of random information, and I am not going to go into it too much as to how it's all set up right now. If people in chat are interested later, like near the end of the stream, I might go over how I've compiled this. But for right now, I'm not going to. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull up this little section of it while we're looking at paperwork and stuff. So, as you can see, the top, so down under next up, the top two sections are already crossed off. I did those last night because I was bored, so I got on here and I did some stuff, and that's what made me decide to stream this game today. Alright, so looks like next up we have, alright, I will explain the different colors. Right. If the whole cell is that dark red, that means it is a shunting contract. If it is yellow, it means it is a logistical haul contract, which means it's just empty cars going from one place to another. And green means that it is a freight haul contract. So, next up, we are looking for the steel mill shunting job number 97. Okay, well, we're not actually taking this job. Hang on, yes. So, since it is a red block, and then on the right side is another red block, that just means we're moving the cars around. I know you guys can't really see what's in some of the boxes, and it's because it's a red box with red text, and it's just because of the way I have formatting happening here. Alright, so we are moving the cars for job 97 from track B7S to B8S, because we need to get them out of the way. So, actually, give me 1 second. I forgot to get out. I have printed off, I've had these out for a while, printed off the schematic maps for all the train stations. These are in a compacted version, so it all fits on one sheet, but I will show you guys these in the in-game version in a moment, so you guys can see what I'm dealing with, or what I am looking at. Alright, let's go ahead and grab the schematic maps. So, alright, station schematic maps. So, steel mill, this is how the steel mill is set up. Give me a minute, I need to get my bearings here. Where's my map? Okay, so that is north. So that's northeast. So the schematic is like this. So this is, we're currently standing in the B yard. And then there's a track over there that goes back to where we were looking before, the roundhouse, the service station, and all of the A tracks. And then this, turned this way, is how the B yard is set up. So we've got B10 all the way through B8S over here. The center track is not labeled. I use that as a classification, so that will be B5T for being a through track. O tracks are outbound, I's are inbound, S is storage, and then my classifications, T is a through track, P is a parking track, V is a service track, and I think U, in some areas I have U, which is turntables, and then I have another one for the roundhouse. It might be H or something for the roundhouse. Oh, and then there's one other built into the game. L is loading track. Alright, so anyway, back to what we were trying to get started here. Cars. Alright, let me check some switches real quick. So these switches aren't going to matter. That one will switch once we come out. Alright, so we're trying to get to B7S. So I want to go to the right, and then to the left here. Onto B7S so that we can grab the cars. B7S. Let me take this. Nope. Alright, well, yeah, I'll just pull this up. So let's see here. B7S, SL97 is going to be the front two cars, 61 and 131. One of them is having issues with its handbrake, it looks like. Nope, maybe not. The cars are doing a little bit of jumping. It looked like the handbrakes were spazzing out. Oh, alright, we're good. Alright, so I always like to have the handbrake set on the front car where the locomotive is going to attach to, instead of at the back. Otherwise, the cars could derail in the middle. Realistically, they could. Alright, so we are decoupled here. The front two cars are just going to slide over here onto this track. And I believe that this is for the same contract, so yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and check. Let's get a handbrake set on this. Alright, yeah, see, so this one's spazzing out a little bit. I don't really know how to fix that at the moment, so we won't worry about it. Once it's time to move that car, it might have sorted itself out. Okay. Anyway, let's get started with some shunting, shall we? Alright, so let's go ahead and get the locomotive started. Also, forgot to mention, I do have, as you guys could probably tell, there's some Nightcore in the background, just to kind of give a little bit of background noise. I'm going to turn it down slightly. It's kind of loud in my ears. So I'll turn it down just a touch. Actually, let's Turn it back up just a smidget for you guys. I have no idea how loud it is compared to me for you guys. So I do apologize if it is too loud. Alright, so we got the locomotive running. Alright, we're going to want to set our direction to forward. I'm going to go ahead and release the air brakes here in the locomotive. So the locomotive, the local brake is referenced by this red bar on the brake pipe. It's how we can check how much brake is applied. Specifically to the locomotive. There is no way to check how much is applied to the rest of the train, other than the fact that if we use the full train brake, it will also apply the local brake so long as the local brake is down here in the released position. Alright, so this is our throttle, and we will just get ourselves rolling. Oh, I should take that down for you guys so you guys can actually see what we're going on. What's going on? I apologize. Forgot I had that up. Alright, so just go ahead and apply some brake. Kind of came out of there a little bit too fast. No big deal. Just throw that switch. Put the train into reverse. Release the brakes. And yeah. Just get on with it. Alrighty. Bit too fast. Optimal coupling speed is around 5 kilometers an hour. Sorry, I had to check what the units were. Couldn't remember. It's around 5 kilometers an hour. Any faster than that, and you definitely risk some derailment. Some definitely damage, possible derailment if you're going too fast. I applied a bit too much brake, so I'll give it some more speed. Actually, I think 10 is what's around safe. I try to aim for 5. Alright, so you guys could hear there, the click was the coupler connecting, and then those kind of bells tolling was the brake pipe saying, hey, there's more train cars connected, but the air system is not hooked up. That is because we need to connect the air hose, and then we need to open the valves on both sides for the air to flow. You can go ahead and take the handbrake off now. Check that it's off there. Alright. That's interesting. It's still showing air brake issues. Did we accidentally bump this train into the one behind us? That we did. Alright, so go ahead and release that coupler. I guess I hit it a little harder than I anticipated. Alright, so there we go. Now the warning light is off. And we should be able to just release the brakes. Put it into forward and get moving. I just want to check that we're only taking 2 cars. Awesome. Alright, so now... wrong one. There we go. Over here, what I'm going to do is take these 2 cars off of B7S, and we are just going to slide them over here onto B8S. And now I can actually merge all of this together. Yes, and it becomes red text because it is a train with an error. We change the color of both of those as well. And then I I need to write myself a little note here. B8S is SM SL 97. Alright, and now go ahead and stop the train since we are clear of this switch. Go ahead and throw that switch. At least I think we're clear of it. It appears as though we are. Go ahead, release those brakes, and back it in. Oop. Sorry, I am probably going to forget and leave the Excel sheet up quite a bit today. It's my first time streaming with putting stuff up, putting overlays up over top the stream, so I do apologize for when I leave it up. Alright, now the reason we did not get the click there is because I forgot to re-enable the coupler on the back of this car. Oh, also because we didn't quite touch it. I thought I definitely saw cars moving back here. Alright. So we need to come back just a touch more. What up if I actually have it in reverse? There we go. So now we are just going to attach these two sets of cars because they run for the same contract. Now let's see if the handbrake is fixed. Yep. So that fixed the handbrake. I think the train car just needed to be nudged a little bit. Alright, and then we're going to go ahead and apply the handbrake on the front car. And now we go back over and look at what we're supposed to be looking at with that screen. We have successfully moved cars for contract Shunt 97 or SL 97 from B7S to B8S. So now all we do is we can go in here and we can cross that off now. That's done. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is we need to move the train cars for for SL17 off of B7S onto A5S. Which means I need to move some other stuff around real quick. Alright. Give me just a second. I need to do something with the Excel document. Something got a little, just a touch messed up. Alrighty. Actually, it looks more like I forgot to finish drawing some boxes. Alright. There we go. Alright. So. Shut off the air valve, disconnect the coupler, and disconnect the air hose. Alright. Now we just release the brakes, pull up a touch. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pair this a while, just in case I need it. I'm gonna let that keep moving for a moment while we check some stuff. So let's go ahead. There we go. Alright, let's see here. So SL17 from B7S. Looks like that's going to be 2 cars for 17. 54. Yep. 54 and 776. Let's go ahead and make sure, yep, they're disconnected at the back. I'll leave the handbrake set on both of these this time. Hopefully we don't accidentally bump them into the other cars. And then we're going to be taking these over to A5. So that'll be fine for just a moment. Let's go over here. So this track comes down here and then splits back, and this is the way to get over to the A's. So you just need to switch that to the left, and then we need to go to the right here. This takes us over to A5 and A6, and then we will want to go to the left here onto A5. And then the reason we're putting 17 over here is because, as you can see, we have some, oh, we got another glitchy handbrake, so I'll just apply that one as well. Some more cars for 17. Looks like I'm gonna go ahead and decouple these a while. Looks like this was brought in as a unit of 4 cars, and it's now being split up between 2 separate trains. So go ahead and set the handbrake there. Just decouple these. Yeah. Set the handbrakes. Yeah, this one's handbrake should be fixed once we bring those other 2 cars in. Alright. It'll be a little tight. We might have to push them back a little bit. I don't know if we're doing anything with our A6i, so it should be fine. We're not doing anything with the inbound trains until after we get kind of all the outbound trains assembled. Alright, so the train did stop on its own. So, alright. Let's just keep pulling up a little bit and get these train cars moved around. And I left that up on the screen again by accident. That is why I made sure it has some opacacy, so that when I forget to take it down, you guys can still kind of see through it and kind of see what I am doing. Alright, actually, I can leave that one. We'll just leave this one up for now. Yeah, that'll work. This will allow you guys to kind of see our to-do list. Alright, in the meantime, I'm actually going to grab the set of cars that is the ones we're moving, and I'm going to slap them into working units for now. Alright, let's give it just a touch of brakes. Alright, and I forgot to enable the coupler again. There we go. Brakes, brakes. Go ahead and turn the handbrake off. Turn this handbrake off. And, yep, well, we bumped into it again anyway. Alright, so actually, I'm going to go ahead and use this a while. So, I could do this by hand as well. Grab these knobs and do it this way. I am just going to use the keyboard buttons here, though. It's going to make it easier. I typically run the remote control here with the keyboard hotkeys. It's just easier for me that way. Alright, so we're going to want to re-engage this coupler. Alright, I can turn that off. Jump back up in here. That was the whole reason I pulled the controller out. Just to kind of show you guys that it does work. And to pull that up so I didn't have to pull it up a little bit and then run back there and engage the coupler. Alright, I need to do one thing real quick. Just need to fix some more lines. Alright. Pull those up, pull this up. Alright. Now we do it again. Alright. Oh shoot. Move that up. Alright, so where are we taking this? I don't remember. We're going to be sticking it on A5S. So A5S. Oh, actually, both of these need to be that. And then this is SM SL17. Alright. Copy. Paste. 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 There we go. Get my... Just repairing my formatting. It breaks almost every time I try to do anything. Alright. There we go. Okay. Let's get back on with it. If I've got anyone in chat, feel free to say hi. Ah, I see the Gobblecorn is lurking over on my Twitch chat. I appreciate the lurk. Was just curious to see if anyone was around. I do hope you are enjoying the content. I'm not the best. I'm still trying to get into my rhythm, or rather refine my rhythm of streaming. But either way, I do appreciate you being around. And that goes for anyone that is lurking around. Did your train have a laser sight? So, in a way, yes. What that is it's my little remote here that I can do a lot of different stuff with. I can change the switches from a distance with it. I can spawn in a little hand cart or a caboose. I can delete train cars for a cost, or I can reroute train cars that derail, also for a cost. But yeah, it's just a nice little laser sight. I can throw switches. Alright, so here we are. There's A5S in the distance, those train cars that we set the brakes on and decoupled from each other just moments ago. Just a fine little journey that we're taking all over the steel mill, pushing empty cars around. It does look like our next job, though, or our next thing on the list to do is going to be loading up some cars. So it'd be more than just empty cars we're moving. Alright, and there we go. Alright, got these coupled together now. Just finished the coupling procedure. Air hoses. And there we go. And now, yep, there's the air flowing, filling those other two cars. Alright. Now, decouple this. Alrighty. So, that is that done. We moved stuff around. Oh, let me put these over here. Now this becomes that. These, yes, thank you. These get merged together. Oh, there we go. Oh, actually, both of these also need to become alrighty. Now go ahead and take this border and cross those out. Alright, so next up is the shunting job 75 from, looks like we have train cars for it on A3S and B7S. Okay, so we'll grab that one off of A3 while we're over here. Actually, I need to set handbrakes because I forgot to do that. Let's see if this one sorted itself out. Yep. Coolio. Alrighty. Now let's go check the car over on A3S real quick. 475. Oh, and the handbrake is already set. And there's a little bit of distance there. Alrighty. Set that switch. This switch is surprisingly already set. Yup. Alright. Cool. Release the brakes. And move forward. And then go ahead and re-engage the coupler, because I always forget that. And as a reminder for anyone who is new to watching me, I do stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Not necessarily at the same time. Wink, wink. Don't tell Twitch. It's fine. Look, I don't control what Streamlabs does when I decide to stream. If it wants to stream to multiple places, then that's what it's gonna do. I don't control it. But yes, my YouTube is kind of my main platform. It's where I started, and it's where, if I had to pick one or the other, it is where I would stay. Twitch does have its benefits. but it also has its issues. So for now, I will stream on both until I have to pick one or the other. If you are watching on Twitch, there should be a link to the YouTube somewhere if you care to check it out. Or at least, you know, sub to the YouTube channel in case, you know, Twitch decides to be Twitch. It is up to you guys. If you are on YouTube, there should also be a link to the Twitch in case you prefer to watch on Twitch. There are also links to my Discord server. And actually, Dino also has a command for that. Or not Dino, Stream Elements. I believe that it works. Yes. Okay, well, it doesn't know how to send a link. Okay, cool. Anyway, you know, Stream Elements is continuing to be Stream Elements, it looks like. That's fine. There is a link somewhere on the Twitch page, and I know it's in the description of YouTube. If you guys want to check it out, become a part of the community I am attempting to grow there. Also a great place to get notifications for when I go live, or if a video gets posted, or, you know, let's say that there was a VOD that was accidentally set to private and I didn't notice for 10 days because, you know, I didn't check. Not saying that that happened. Definitely not saying that the YouTube stream 2 Saturdays ago was actually not live on YouTube because the wrong preset stream was selected. Definitely not. But yeah, the VOD is now up on YouTube for the payday stream that happened 2 Saturdays ago with PinkHawaiian, Sam, and Cammy Snake. For anyone who missed it, or you know, was expecting to see it on YouTube and didn't, it is up now. I corrected that maybe 15 minutes before I went live today. Oh, it was longer than that. I think it was about an hour before I went live. Ooh, there we go. Alright, we're also picking stuff up from V7S. Alright. Now, luckily, with the way that the contracts work, I have not made a mistake yet. I almost did. It clicked in my head once just now, that I could have made a mistake with the contract, but I haven't. The contracts, when you sign them, doesn't matter where the train cars are. When you accept the contract, which is why I'm able to kind of put train cars wherever they need to be. However, wherever the contract tells you to put those cars is where you need to put those cars. You can move them afterwards, but in order to finalize the contract, they have to be on the track that it tells you to put them on. Hopefully I don't forget this in, you know, 5 minutes when we're finishing this contract. But it is fine. We will see what happens. Whoops. Accidentally turned the locomotive off by throwing some fuses. That was a little hard. There might have been some damage there. We'll check. Let's see. Nope. Nope. Surprisingly, no damage. Cool. Alright. So that is that. 75. Oh, that could be the problem. I forgot to set handbrakes. Oh yeah, no handbrakes at all were set on a set of cars. Oh, that's interesting. That is because there's a whole bunch of them coupled together. Alrighty. I don't know, how far down does that go? There's one set there. Okay. Oh, I'll leave that like that for now. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Alright, so... Alrighty. Grab this one. And grab... this one. Alrighty. Actually, we can go ahead and merge those together as well. Rotate it. There we go. Alrighty. And now let's go over to the station office. Alright. So, SL75. Now I get to show you guys how these papers work. Alright. So, the little contract, it tells you very little information, which is why my spreadsheet is tremendously helpful. Alright, so it's going to be 2 pickups, which we've already done. It is going to wind up being a train outbound for harbor in town, and it is going to be loaded with steel rails. They're going to give me a bonus if I can complete this contract in less than 24 minutes. I'm estimating it'll be finished in 5. Train value is 18 cents per meter. Okay. It's going to weigh 171 tons, and it's going to be 54.14 meters long. And this contract is worth $5,765 base. That does not include the time bonus. And so now we just take it, shove it in the job validator, and it gives us the paperwork, which, you know, we've got that same overview. And it says that we've got 2 cars to couple on B7S and 1 on A3S, which we've already moved both of them to B7S. We need to load them on A7L, and then it wants us to uncouple them on A7L and validate the job. So this is why... This is where the me forgetting to validate the job comes in, because it wants me to leave these train cars sitting on the loading rail, which, you know, is going to become a problem if I need to keep loading trains, which is what I'm going to be doing, because I'm going to be continuing to do shunting jobs. I would wind up with every train that I create today being left on the loading track and, you know, being forced to do them in the inverse order that I loaded them in. But I will validate the job, you know, turn it in, and then move the train to where I actually want it to be, which its final destination is going to be on B40. which is the track we started on. Now that one with that long train, the whole bunch of steel rails. It's going to wind up being 4 contracts, and it's going to be 22 cars long, all of them with steel rail. So it's going to be pretty heavy. Let's see. The flat car itself is 11,000 kilograms. The steel rails are another 46,000 kilograms. So that's going to be 57,000 kilograms a car, times 22 cars. So it's going to be pretty heavy. And it's going all the way to the harbor. So if we look at our map, see, let me put it down so we can get a better look at. We're here at the steel mill. That blue dot is us. That yellow dot is the other locomotive. Other locomotives down there on the parking tracks. That red dot is actually the caboose. As you can see, I was in Harbor Town. I teleported over here to the steel mill to actually get some content, because there wasn't much to do in the harbor. And that is because of the consistent, or the, which one, what was it called? Oops, put that back up. Persistent jobs. The persistent jobs made it so that there was nothing to do in harbor, because there were no train cars in harbor. So they were all taken elsewhere. Alright, but anyway, so that whole train, 22 cars long, really heavy, is going over there to harbor. So it doesn't look like it's that far of a trek, but this is all mountainous terrain all through here. Both ways to try to get there is all mountainous. So that would be quite a trek to try to get it out there. One, two, three. There we go. All right. We might wind up doing that today. We might not. We will see. There is a lot of shunting to be done, and I've already been streaming for an hour. Wow. We only got 2 things checked off the list. We'll see. I plan to stream for maybe another 2 hours. We'll see how I'm feeling. Might go longer. We'll see. Alright, so now that we are on the loading track, all I have to do is stop the train. In reality, it's anywhere past that marker that indicates the track marker. The train just has to be parked between the 2 track markers, and then I can load the train. I have to run all the way over here to the loader unloader and just flip it to load. And then I run back over here, and magically the train cars have steel rails on them. Alright, now, before I forget, we do have to verify our job is complete, because it wants us to leave it right here. So I have to set handbrake, and then grab our job, run back over to the station office, and stick it in the verifier, or the validator. And yep, there we go. 5 minutes and 41 seconds, which means I definitely got the time bonus. So they paid me $8,647.50. Cool. We're making our way there. We only need another 23,000. Alrighty, and now this is the new contract that just came up from us loading those cars. So let's see, that is FH51 now. Alright, so now this here is going to become Steel Mill Freight Hall 51. Alrighty, and then this is gonna wind up going over here on B40, and alrighty, nope, A7L. Alright, B40, SMFH51. Alrighty. Just updating the Excel sheet there so that I know where my trains are, or rather where all the cars are. Okay, a little bit too heavy. Throttle 1 isn't. Oh, you know what the problem is? The problem is the handbrake is set. There we go. Alright. So yes, now this train's going to be a little bit heavier now that it's loaded down. Alrighty. So it's going to be harder to get moving and it's going to be harder to stop. Especially since just past the switch it's not listed there on the signage, but that is a slight downhill there. Alrighty. Yeah, right here. So this signage is indicating that there is a junction in 0.3 kilometers. Speed is 60 kilometers an hour, and it claims that this is a flat grade. It is not, though. It's actually a slight downhill grade, and I'm going to go ahead and use the train brake to get us stopped here. Because it is quite heavy, I don't think the locomotive brake alone would get us there. Alright, go ahead and throw that switch in the distance. As you can see, the brake needle's flying around, trying to get the brakes released from the train cars. Alrighty. There we go. Let's go ahead and give a throttle in the third position. Try to get us moving a little bit. There we go. Now we're starting to get a little bit of get ourselves up the hill. All right. Oh, there we go. So yeah, as I mentioned at the beginning, this game is expecting a major content update at the end of the month, the last day of the month, so 10 days. Expecting a major content update here. Supposed to be a lot of stuff coming. I don't even remember what all they listed because it's a lot. Some of the mods that I run, I know some of the content from that is going to become base game. I think different coupler systems are coming, possibly air brakes, like the realistic air brakes. I think I remember seeing that as a feature coming. It's a lot. There might have been traffic listed, so they might actually be adding like traffic to the roads. I think there was some map updates coming. It's just a lot. So, once that update comes out, I will probably be streaming it some more. because I believe graphic updates was also a big thing coming, so I will at least definitely be playing it. Hopefully I will get around to streaming some of it once that comes out. So if you're looking forward to seeing more of this game, definitely stay tuned, give a follow, or if you're on YouTube, subscribe, notifications, you know. Definitely looking forward to that coming out. I'm just checking, making sure all the handbrakes are off on this train, because I do need to move it just a touch, which is going to be very difficult, considering we were just talking about how heavy this train is. And I need to move it a little bit, because it's slightly in the way of me accessing tracks 1 through 3 here. There's a little bit of a collision issue here. Alright, so release the brakes. Alright, yeah. So when I was figuring out where all these trains were going to go, I had estimated that this rail was actually larger than it was. I had estimated that this track could hold 23 cars approximately. I have since found out it only holds 21, and this train is 22 cars long. So and I know you guys are seeing that this train is moving at the moment and thinking, it's not that bad. This very well could just be all the couplers in the train compressing, so we might not actually have moved the last car in the train at all yet. Let's see, I mean, that should be clear, so I'm going to go ahead and apply the brakes before I kill the throttle. Maybe we did get the train moving. It is still rolling a little bit, so let's go ahead and set the handbrake here. Let's see if I moved it. I know about where it was back here. Oh yeah, we definitely moved it. Now the question is, do we have collision issue here? No, we should be alright. I moved it a lot further than I thought I was going to. I moved it almost half a car length. Oh yeah, I was not expecting to move that so easily. Alrighty then. Alright, so we got brakes set, 1 car of brakes set on each side of the train. Now I just need to uncouple. Alrighty, let's pull up just a smidge. And re-engage that coupler, and let's see what is next. Alright, so that is that job off the list. Oops. There we go. Alright, so now it looks like there's a lot going on here. Alright, so it's going to be a set of 3 contracts here. I could probably accept all 3 of these at once and then do them all. It looks like it's going to be job 99 and 31 from track B7. So let's go take a look over there. Yeah, this is 33. So where is, that's also 33. That's 31. That's 31. That's 31. 99, 99, 99. Okay, so then is, what's the other one? 43, 43, 43, 43, 43, 43. Okay. Okay, I see what's going on. I have to come down the other side of the yard and actually grab the cars off of this side. And then those are the cars we need to load up next. Alright, so let's see what I got here. So 99 was 2, 3 cars. Alright, is this coupled? Alright, let's go ahead and connect these air hoses. Connect that up to 31, which is 1, 2, 3. Yep, because that is 33, so let's make sure that this is uncoupled. Alright, and then, oh, that's 17. Oh, let's do a handbrake check real quick along this train, so that we know what we got going on. Nope, go ahead and take this one off. We don't need handbrakes turned on in the middle of the train. Alright, there we go. That's one on. That should be enough. Alright, and then as for this train, 43. Alright, it's decoupled at the end. And then one handbrake on this side. Alright. It doesn't matter which order I grab these in. So, I do want to make sure that this switch is set correctly, though. That switch we will change once we come through. Alrighty. Alright, and then these are going to wind up going on to B60. So, I can set this switch a while. That switch is actually needs to be changed. Actually, it doesn't. We can go through B60 to get over there. So I will actually, that switch that I just changed on the other side, I will need to change it again once we get over there. But that is okay. Alright. You know, I will actually do things properly this time. It might cost me a little bit of money. I might not get the time bonuses. But we will do them in the right order. So we need contract 43. SL97. And SL31. And not to be confused with SU31, which is an inbound train that needs to be unloaded. Oh, no, that makes sense. Been trying to figure out what the difference between SU and SL is. That makes sense, though. SU for shunting unload, SL for shunting load. That makes sense. Alright, so 3 cars, and 5 cars. All 1 pickup each. That checks out. Each one should be completed within 12 minutes. We should still be able to get that. 5,000, 3,800, and 3,700. Alright, so now all we do, accept that one, and accept that one. Now, when you start the game, you were only able to accept 1 contract at a time. You can then buy a license, Concurrent Jobs 1, which is on my list of owned licenses there. It's the C-Curve 1. That allows you to pick up a second contract, so you can have 2 contracts at a time. And then C-Curve 2, Concurrent Jobs 2, allows you to have, I don't know what the limit is, definitely at least 4 contracts at a time. I have had up to 4 contracts at one time. So definitely some fun stuff can be had once you get enough licenses going. So I can go over the licenses I have. The DVHRFH at the top is one of the licenses you start with. It's basically, it allows you to accept freight haul jobs. You start with that one. The other one you start with is the SHNT DE2, which is the Shunter DE2. It's the license to be able to drive this locomotive. The DVHR-SH allows you to accept the shunting contracts, the SU and SL contracts. Loco MU is a multi-unit license that allows you to hook multiple locomotives together. You can do that without it, but you just can't use, you just can't use that little blue connector there, which allows you to actually control multiple locomotives through a single locomotive. So if I have 2 locomotives head to head, or however, connected with that blue cable connecting them, anything I do in one locomotive is also done to the controls in the second locomotive. The DVHRMS. I actually don't remember what that license is. I have no idea. The DVHRLH license is the logistical haul license. It allows you to take the empty cars from one place to another. We just went over the concurrent jobs 1 and 2. And then long haul 1 and 2, which is long 1 and long 2, allow you to take jobs of long 1, I think, is anything more than 6 cars, and long 2 is anything more than 10 cars. And that's for a single job. So if you don't have either of the long haul contracts, but you do have concurrent 2, you can still haul 10, 12 cars at a time. It's just the contracts you can accept can only have like 5 cars each or something at most. As far as the unowned licenses that I have there, the DE6, which I've discussed, is the one I'm going for. Costs $200,000 and allows me to drive the large diesel locomotives. The SH282 is a license that allows you to drive the steam locomotive. I'm not a big fan of the steam locomotive. I have driven it in a different save of this game. This game actually, another thing coming to the major update is save game data. As of right now, there is no save slots. You have one save and that's it. At some point I reset my save a little while back, so that is why I do not have the SH282 contract, but I have driven the steam locomotive in the past. Alright, onwards. Hazmat 1. Now, I have not done enough research to know the differences between the 3 hazmat categories. I do know that there is 3 levels of hazmat, and they allow you to take specific contracts that have the hazmat tag. Hazmat 1 might be like oil, flammable liquids, stuff like that. I'm not sure what might be under Hazmat 2. I'm pretty sure Hazmat 3 is like cryogenic stuff. I don't know. Cryo-oxygen, I think, is one of the freight types you can haul. I'm not really sure. I forgot to take the handbrake off, didn't I? Sure did. Alright. Just casually destroying the brakes of that car. And then there's also the military 1, 2, and 3. I'm not sure the difference between the military licenses. I do know that I believe it is military 3 gives you access to haul tanks around. Military 1 might be just like cars of ammo, requiring, a hazmat license as well. Hazmat 2 might be like the military trucks and jeeps and stuff. And then I'm pretty sure military 3 is what gives you the access to haul the tanks. And those contracts can only be found at places that have military bases. So the military base itself, but there's also some outposts at some of the towns. I know Harbor has a military outpost. Along with some of the other towns. Food Factory in town, I think, is another one that has a small military outpost. And you cannot even enter that outpost and look at the train cars. You can look at the contracts. The station offices outside the gate in some of them, but you cannot go in and look at the train cars or touch the train cars unless you have at least the military 1 license. So that is the differences with all of the licenses. Again, I will have to look at what the DVHRMS is, because I do not remember what that license is at all. Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which means right here. Yep. That's where we need to connect up the airlines. Alright, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. Yep, and we're still clear at the back. Alrighty. Now I need to find, I lost track. There it is. The car with the handbrake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Now that we've got a long train here, what do we add? 11 cars? Oh, speaking of which, I should look and see. Yep, leave it on A7L. Leave it on A7L. And leave it on A7L. Of course. They just want us to leave all the trains on A7L right in the way. Which we will do long enough to turn the contract in. And then we will move them to track B60, which is this one right here. Alright, so let's back all of these cars out of here. 11 cars, I believe. 5, 8, yep, 11. I actually want to go straight here so that I can see what's going on. I'd rather not be around the bend. Yep, we got a long train now. Hard to see what I'm doing. Alright. It's fine. Can't tell. Is that the last car? Okay, that looks like it's the last car. So we should be able to throw that switch now. Yep. Looks like it stayed. So, actually, I'll go ahead and apply train brake. Go ahead and release the train brake. Alrighty. And let's get us moving in the opposite direction. Just check, make sure we're going where we want to be going. Which it looks like we are. Yes. Yes, we are. Alright. Yep. Alright. In the meantime, I'm going to pop back over here, move some stuff around. So SL99. Stick that over here, and actually, we'll go ahead and put it directly onto B60. Just put it right here a while. Actually, I cannot do that yet. Undo. Undo. Here we go. I actually need to remember what order I picked these up in. So 43 was first. Put that here, and then we can do 99 and 31. Alright, now I need to grab my little draw tool and repair the boxes here. So these little red dotted boxes are my estimation of how many cars can fit on a track. I can now take the estimation off of here. B40 I know is a 21 car maximum, even though I have 22 cars currently sitting on it. 21 is a comfortable number. And then we can go ahead, put all of these there a while. This now becomes a track with error. These are going to become freight halls with errors. And then we're going to be adding 3 more here. B60, B60, and B60. All of these are going to be error location, and then these 3 are going to be freight hall error location. Oop. Alright, we are approaching the switch to get us over onto the loading track. Alright, go ahead and start applying the train brake. I'll actually go ahead and throw it into emergency brake, so it just dumps all of the air quickly into the system. Get the train stopped on time. Just means we have to wait an extra minute here for the brakes to release. In the meantime, we'll get some throttle so we don't start rolling downhill. Alrighty. There we go. And now we are moving back onto the loading rail. Alright. So let's see. So one of these trains is going to be loaded with looks like 2 cars of steel bent plates and 1 car of steel billets. This train is going to be loaded with 2 cars of steel slabs, 2 cars of steel rolls, and a car of steel bent plates. And then this train is going to be 2 cars of steel bent plates and a car of steel rolls. Kill the throttle. Looking at 167 tons on that train, 153 there, and 286 on the big one. So, you know, roughly, what is that, roughly 500 tons? More than that. That's almost 300, 400, 500, 550? Roughly estimated. It's going to be pretty heavy. Not the heaviest I've hauled. I don't remember what the heaviest I hauled was. I have a screenshot on Steam of how long that train was. That was the one that I had, I believe it was 4 separate contracts. I think I started in Food Factory and took it down to Harbor. and that. So, food factory is up here, and I took it all the way down here to harbor along this back rail, or this back track here. Anyway, let's go ahead and get these cars loaded up. As you can see, all the cars magically loaded up now, as we kind of watched that happen. Alright, now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be a little cheesy. I'm going to stand on this car and just apply the handbrakes to all of the cars in the train. That way I know I have at least one handbrake on every set of cars. And now we take these 3 contracts, because they want the train cars left on A7L, and we turn them into the job validator. Alright, it took us 16 minutes to get it done, so I did not get the time bonus for 12 minutes, but that is a-okay, because I still got the 3 contracts done. Alrighty, and let's check the wallet. We're up to 189,000, so we're getting there. We're actually going to need a little bit more than the 200,000 for the license, because we are going to have to clear all of our fees before we can buy a new license. These fees are the running costs of the locos, so this one you can see is constantly going up because that locomotive is still running. Now, we don't actually have to pay this whole amount. So, yeah, they want us to pay 7,000. Okay, air brakes are just randomly releasing back there. They want us to pay the 7,000 to repair the locomotive. I can actually take it over to the service station and pay less, but I am still going to need to service the locomotive before I can buy the license. So, alright, let's go ahead and get this put where it belongs over on B60. Hello, how's it going? What is that? Sean J Animations. Hello. Welcome in. It is going pretty good. We are just out here moving some train cars around, having some fun before the major content update at the end of the month. Oh, the train is not moving because I did not take the handbrakes off. Currently working towards unlocking the DE6, the big old diesel locomotive. Hoping to try to get that done before the end of the month when the update comes out. That is a great question. I honestly don't even remember everything coming out in the update because it is such a list of stuff coming out. So I couldn't pick one thing specifically that I am looking forward to. I do know that it is a lot coming out. What's going on? I do know that it is a lot coming in the update, though. There we go. I know there's going to be graphics updates. Yeah, like I said, I know there's not. You mainly use the steam locomotive, so I'm concerned about the fact that they can have crown sheet failures, and also diesels can go boom boom as well. I mean, fair. Yes, the diesels can go boom. If you're not careful with them, definitely. I have used the steam locomotive in the past, I'm not that big of a fan of trying to drive the steam locomotive, but it's definitely fun to try to drive. I'm trying to get the diesel so that, you know, I've got a lot more power than these baby shunters. DE2s don't have a lot of power until you get like a couple of them in a consist. You play it in VR, so it makes it more interesting. Yeah, that is fair. I would play in VR, but I don't have the space here in my room to do so. This is very close behind me, so hopefully in the future, at some point, I'll have more space and be able to have some fun playing in VR. But for now, it's just keyboard and mouse. Still fun, though. Speaking of weaker locomotives, apparently they're adding 2 new shunters or switchers in America, a diesel and a steamer. Really? Interesting. I did not know that. I think it's funny, though, that, you know, the technical term is switcher for in America. I've always known them as shunters, even though I am from America. I've just always referred to them as shunter units. Oh, come on. Don't tell me I don't have enough power to get this back up this little hill. Or is the brakes being weird? Oh, what is going on? Come on. No, everything should be fine. I also thought they were shunters, but not from this game. It spawned from me watching. Yeah, that's probably where it came from me as well. I don't know. I've always had a fascination with trains, and for as long as I can remember, I've always referred to them as shunting units. Alright. What is going on here? Why can I not get the train back up the hill? It's not even that steep of a hill. I mean, yeah, it's like 600 tons, but... Come on. Hello, hello! The Evolution Squad fan. Come on. Alright. I'm gonna have to go grab that other shunter, apparently. Alright. Leave the brakes set there. And let's go grab the other shunter. I am not doing too bad. Just having fun, shunting some stuff around here at the steel mill. Or, I guess, technically the American term is switching. But, like we were just discussing, I've always known it as shunting. But yeah, just having fun, building trains, trying to get all the shunting contracts done here at the steel mill. Possibly head off somewhere else once we get it all done, but we will have to see. Just having a little bit of issue right now because I've got I just finished 3 contracts and I'm trying to get them onto an outbound rail, and they weigh a little over 550 tons combined, and the shunter is having issues, or the little baby DE2 is having issues pulling it back into the steel mill. This game is called Derail Valley. The current version is Derail Valley Overhauled. Derail Valley Simulator, the major update, is coming out at the end of the month. It's just a fun little train game. Not going on. So I think I can explain the terms. So in England they do shunt trains, and in England they have smaller consists of cars or smaller trains. Therefore, they can kick them a lot easier than in America. And on average, the cars are a bit smaller. In America, we have larger equipment. The trains are way longer than in England. Yeah. And on average, we just place the cars. In place, aka switching. But if we do kick them into place, it's usually only 1 or 2 cars at a time. That is okay. That is fair. So we use switchers because we leave the cars coupled to the locomotive when we're switching them in the yards, because we're usually doing long consists at a time. Whereas in England, they use shunters because they use shunters in England because I'm guessing they're, well, you said shove or kick. So I guess they will detach the couplers and just let them roll freely in the yards. Ah, thank you for the follow, the Evolution Squad fan. You meant, like, what devices? Oh, what game is this on? Okay, I apologize. I misread your question before. The game is on Steam, as well as VR. I don't know what VR headsets specifically it is on. I know you can play it through Steam VR. I believe it is PC only at the moment. I think there might be some potential to get this ported to console in the future. I think I might have saw that in their dev notes recently. But it is definitely a PC and PC VR game. I think it is VR standalone as well. Indeed, although instead of letting them roll, they give them a touch of throttle, give the cars some speed, then back away from the cars, and the locomotive comes to... Yeah. That's what I figured. Yeah, they'll just kind of bump the car to get it moving a little bit. You can do that in the game if you want. Yes, I do on occasion kick the cars around, I guess is the term for it. Alright. Alright, let's get these coupled up. Come on. Get the air hoses attached. Get the multi-unit cable attached. Walk around the other side. Get the airline attached, or turned on. There we go. I think I overuse it actually because the shunting jobs make you abuse the equipment without kicking them if you want the time bonus. That is fair. You can actually abuse their system as well. As you can see on the left side of my screen, I've got a little bit of an Excel sheet up with kind of what's going on next. It is actually a full-blown Excel sheet with where all of the cars are located in the yard. I've built this for a few of the yards so far, and I'm constantly updating it. So when I know that I'm, like right now, with these contracts, I could have actually found all 3 of these contracts in the yard, coupled them, and then put them on the loading rail before I even accepted the contract. And since they wanted me to leave the cars on the loading rail, I could have completed this contract in less than 60 seconds. And the time bonus was 12 minutes. So, I mean, yes, if you're doing it correctly, if you're not sure where the cars are, you can do it that way. But, yeah, you can do that by default as well, I think. Yeah. Yeah, you would just have to go find them in the yard and see where they are. You just forget to because you're a doofus. Hey, you know, that's fair. We all kind of have our doofus moments from time to time. I know I sure do. Alright. Let's see if both of the DE2s are now enough power to... Oh, come on. Come on, do we have enough power now? Come on. Oh, shoot. Hang on. I am concerned now. Why did they get switched the wrong way? Oh, shoot. Is the back truck on the wrong rail? I actually can't tell. It sure is. Alrighty. I got switched because, yeah. Yeah, I thought I was clear of the switch when I switched it. Okay, there we go. Yep. Is it normal for 060 to be shoved down a hill with 25 cars on a 5% grade downhill? Interesting question. I mean, yeah, that is a great question. Is the loco doing the shoving or is it being shoved? That is a great question. And Sean, to answer your question, I am running mods. One of the biggest mods, the most important ones, in my opinion, that I run is the persistent jobs mod. Thank you for the follow, Sean. It's being shoved. That really doesn't seem like a great. Yeah, that is a no-no, no matter what the wheel arrangement. It's fine. We all spell things wrong from time to time. Yeah, no matter the wheel arrangement. A locomotive with 25 cars being shoved downhill, probably not great. Let's just hope that there was an engineer in the cab when it was being shoved. Otherwise, that's going to be one hell of a runaway. Yeah. Ask away. I am open to questions. Are the cars empty? The ones I'm hauling right now? No. I have 11 cars loaded down with steel product. Oh, well, okay. You were probably asking for the 25 cars being shoved down a hill. Yeah, that is also a great question to ask there. Because if those ones are loaded down, then yeah, it's gonna be a problem. It was a mix of empty and full. Oof. What kind of cargo is in the full cars? Because that's gonna make a difference as well. Yes, and is the air tied in? All great questions. Yes, is the 060 running? Are the compressors on? All very good questions. I think in general, regardless of all of these, I think regardless of all of these circumstances, the biggest question is why are we shoving a train down a 5% grade? Now that we got this in place, let's go ahead and set handbrakes. Alrighty. The brake van did not do its job. Alrighty, so let's check all of these off the list. Alrighty. There were no airlines. I mean, if it was an older style train, then they could all be manual handbrakes. Especially if it's, well, 25 cars would be a lot to be running no air. Yeah, but old cars. Alright, let's see. What is next? Next up on my list to do is moving cars for SL37 from B7 to B5 to get me access to SL97. Wait. Okay, hang on. What am I doing here? Great job, Streamlabs. Alright, Streamlabs is broken. Ignore Streamlabs. I don't know what it's trying to do. There's a Y at the bottom. Unless it was a straight track at the bottom. Yeah, what did this happen in? I'm curious. A different game. Alright, let me see what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get... Oh, I see what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get car 33. Okay, so I need to move 33 out of the way here to move 97, and then, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Can 060s shake them? I mean, any locomotive can shake themselves off the track. Realistically. Especially if you went through a Y at the bottom of the track there, then yeah, anything can throw itself off the track, realistically. I'm going 60 and a 110. Interesting. I mean, if it is related to the previous incident, I could see it happening. If it was a separate incident, then probably not. Also, it would have to depend on if it was in a straight or in a curve. Separate incident? Okay. It was in a curve, but it was a gentle one. Yeah, I would have to agree. It would probably have to do with bad track. 60 could definitely do that with a bad track. Yeah, even if it was in a 110 zone. I mean, if that happened at 60 on a curve, and that's a 110 zone, then that speed zone definitely either needs to be reconsidered or the tracks need to be repaired. Yeah, it could definitely happen with any locomotive. I mean, unless you were going to come and say that it was like an 010-0 or something, then, like, yeah, that could definitely be the problem. Um, but if it was a gentle curve, then I don't know. Depends on what we're considering a gentle curve, I guess. O 010-0 might not, but there's definitely 210-4s. Yeah. Okay. I mean, still, either way, with 10 wheels in the center, uh, anything, you know, anything with 10 in the center, I think, could have issues. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think, if there are any O10s O's, I don't think they're running anymore. Yeah. Are they old steam locomotives? Probably. Yeah. It could only push. No pull. What did it like? Not have couplers? Uh, how did Steam Engine 9000 even turn when she was a 412-2? Very, very gentle curves. Actually, what the heck's happening here? What I was going to say is O10Os won't wreck themselves on a curve of a light angle. This goes for trains of any arrangement. Some of the drivers are typically flangeless depending on the setup. Yeah, and it's all just going to depend on the curve itself. Why is it saying I'm having air issues? Oh. So, couplers disengaged. Oh, yep. Coupler wasn't engaged. There we go. Oh, flangeless. Yeah. Example 460, the middle driver is flangeless for curves. Yeah. There's no inner flange. A 484, both center drivers are flangeless. Right. Yeah. That would also make a difference on if drivers were flangeless. Because at that point, any any wheel setup could take like almost any curve. Just depends on how many of the drivers are flangeless. Apparently, this was a good stream to join. I can just geek out in here. Yeah, I mean, feel free. I'm a big fan of train stuff, so. Hence why I decided to stream a train game today. Just, on a whim. And the O10O did have weak couplers, which is mainly used as a helper to push up steep hills and held down from the front. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, the couplers were just too weak to pull, I guess. Whenever they tried, I'm guessing whenever there was any real tension put on the couplers, they would just snap or something. Was that the issue? glad to see we can have some people in here having fun, geeking out about train stuff. Oh, I'm sure that 412-2 does look pretty wild. Thing is probably massive too. Alright, let's see. So we got this taken care of. This has been moved. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I did not check. I do have a Discord. It should be linked down somewhere. I would run a Streamlabs command, except Streamlabs is not liking links at the moment. Give me a second. Let me make sure it's down there. Okay. Whoa. Mute that. Invite is invalid. Oh, yep, that's why. I completely forgot to update that. Yep, I need to make a new invite code real quick. Never, no limit. Generate a new link. Copy it. Alright. Yep. Because what happened between the last time I streamed and now, I updated my Discord to become a community server. So it reset the invite link. Alright, I need to edit. This way. Nope, that's not what I need. Where is it? Connections? This way? No. Hang on. Trying to. Nope, there we go. Save. There we go. Stream Elements. Yep, let me update it on Stream Elements as well. While I am thinking of it. Yeah, I don't have a lot of commands set up for Stream Elements yet. I'm working on setting things up slowly. Alright. You saw that in the description. Oh, interesting. Okay. Alright. Should be able to do that now. Okay, it still doesn't want to send a link. Okay. You know what, Streamlabs? You're being difficult. I'll just put it in chat. Give me just a moment. Alright, there we go. There's the link to Discord. The correct one. There is a panel down with the link to the YouTube channel as well. It's also right there next to where the Twitch link should work if you want to check out the YouTube channel. But yes. Alright. Alright, so now that the Discord link is in chat, so you can attempt to join. If you have any issues joining the server, let me know, because, like I said, I did just recently update it to be a community server, so I'm not sure if I set everything up correctly or not. Alright, also, just noticed that, oh, yep. Just noticed the music in the background was not playing because YouTube wanted to know if I was still watching. I see that. Alrighty. Just do this real quick. Yeah. Go for it. If it won't let you DM it to me, because I'm not sure what my privacy settings are. If not, you can just slap it in general. I don't care. Might actually make people in that server question what's going on. Right. Profile isn't open to randoms. That's fair. Just throw it in the general chat in the server then. Gotta wait 8 minutes. Oh no. Oh, I'm guessing that's a setting because it's a community server. Probably something I have. Just the way the server is set up. You know what? That is probably one of the raid prevention settings, so that people can't just get the link and come in and raid the server immediately. They actually have to wait before they can do anything. That's most likely what's causing that. Why is the brake pipe flashing issues? Hello? Because I forgot to tie in the airlines. That would make sense. Alrighty. I mean, I disabled the handbrake, but I did not tie in the airlines. Good job, me. Do you watch a YouTuber heist those train things? I do not. recommend him if you want to learn more things about trains. Fair enough. Yes, I see. Welcome in to the Discord. That's how I learned a good amount of what I've been talking about in the chat. Fair enough. You know, you gotta get your information from somewhere. I have links turned off in chat? That is also a great question. Honestly, not sure. I can check real quick for you. Give me a sec. It takes me a second to check things because I'm running 2 computers. And on the stream computer, I only have chat pulled up. I don't have everything up. Alright, you were gonna link to his YouTube if I'd like to check it out. Alright, yeah. Yeah, let me just make sure links links are permitted. Let me check. As soon as I remember where. Is it here? I mean, even if you do send it, if it gets blocked out, I should still be able to see it on my end. I should be able to permit it or not. So if you want to try sending it, and then we'll see what happens. Because if Twitch is gonna if the chat is gonna block it, it should get put into a auto queue, or not, or it just does that. It's probably why Stream Elements isn't working. You know. Curious now. Fair. Hey, look, Stream Elements can post the link now that Stream Elements has permissions to do so. Do not like driver's ed. Today was my first day of it, and my nerves are already fair. Driver's ed, like the classroom stuff, or like actually driving on the road? Okay, I found that setting that was blocking the URLs. You should be able to send them now, hopefully. Yep, there we go. Okay, and then Stream Elements decided to time you out. You know what? You know what? On timeout. There we go. There's no need for that. Stream Elements, chill out. The classroom stuff, there's nothing to be nervous about in the classroom stuff. No, don't worry. I saw it pop up. I got you. I still see the link there. I could still access it. Alright, I will definitely take a look at that. Alright, thank you. Now that there was all of that mess taken care of, hopefully maybe sorted out. We'll see. Alright. Alright. You know, I actually want to test one more thing real quick while I'm checking things. That'll probably still pop up on the... Yep. Oh, okay. So just a note to anyone watching this on YouTube later, if the live chat is enabled, that was me testing to see if Stream Elements is working on YouTube. It is not. And that is fine. I will eventually get things working properly, but for right now, it does not really matter. I need to make sure that this stuff is all up to date, because I have a feeling it is not now. Alright, check this stuff. Alright, 97. Where is this? This is over here right now. This got moved here. Again, Stream Elements trying to run a command on itself. Okay. Give me a second. Let me disable that as well while I'm fixing things, I guess. It's fine. We'll just fix it all live. It doesn't matter. Set that to 30. We don't need that. Minimum 5. Yeah. Okay. Whoa, that's a wall of text. Streamlabs is actually doing things now. Hang on. Let me read that. Stream Elements acting up. I need to get settings sorted out. Timed out. What? What? Hang on. What is going on? I thought I untimed you out. So if you're looking merely for learning things and not watching other random funny things he posts, there are two playlists I'd recommend, and they are the Railroads 101 playlist, which I would watch first, and then the Railroads offline playlist. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it basically is a Streamlabs get your stuff together stream now. Which, you know, kind of makes sense, because, or not Streamlabs, Stream Elements, but, yeah. I probably keep saying Streamlabs accidentally, but it kind of makes sense, because I only just activated Stream Elements recently. So now I've actually got to get things sorted. Alright, paragraph protection, advanced settings, max characters. I'll bump that to, I don't know, is there a character limit in Twitch? Apparently not. I will set this to like 250 then. The maximum is 250. Well, that's what I set it to. So, what? Alright, I'll set it to 200 then. Okay. Link protection. Okay, this is interesting. How? Okay. I don't understand, but okay. Management, spam filters. You know what? I'll leave the link protection thing on Stream Elements. Just because. You know, it's paragraph protection. You know what? I will decrease the timeout duration on that though to just 60. Yeah, okay. Sure, let's go with that. That works. Okay. Okay, that should be working now. Stream Elements should behave a little bit better now. Maybe, hopefully. We'll see. It's fine. We do it live. That's how we do here. We have an issue, we fix it live. Okay. In the meantime... Okay, let's minimize that. I don't want that. Thank you. Alright, sorry, just updating the Excel document real quick. Alright, there we go. Now it's looking good. Now, what is Dino complaining about? What is... Oh my gosh. No. Stop. Okay. Apparently I have to fix Dino on Discord. Like, it just... It does not like you guys. The bots do not like you guys today. Alright. What do we got here? I just unmuted you. I think. I watched that pop up. Yeah. Okay. That's what you have on the O10O? Okay. Understandable. Here's that. Make a case. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. Okay, and then that's the 12, the big boy, right? Is it the 412-2? Okay. Yeah, that is a hefty boy. No, the big boy is the 4884. Oh yeah, I've heard of that boy. But that's still the 412-2 is that still is hefty looking. All right. Anyway, let's jump back over here. Let's get some more train cars moved around. All right. Now that I've had these trains idling for a bit too long. The main rod just has to cover so much distance. Yeah, that's the 9,000. Which one? Okay, gotcha. All right. Oh, I didn't even set handbrakes on these when I decoupled them. Wow. Good thing I didn't slam them too hard. Or good thing I had the coupler ready to engage. Otherwise, I would have just kicked those cars across the yard. You're not excited for the modding side of the simulator update for Derail Valley? Are big changes coming to the modding side of things? Or just having to update all the mods. It's gonna be so painful to change everything. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. They are gonna have to, aren't they? Plus, some of the mods now are gonna become obsolete. I think some of the stuff is becoming base game, unless I'm mistaken. Isn't there gonna be better air brake simulation now? Right, handbrakes are being added. Yeah, I do remember that. And they're updating air brake simulation, I believe. Yeah. Were there coupler changes coming as well, or are they keeping that as the shackle couplers? I can't remember. It's been a minute since I've looked through everything coming in the updates. Okay, Stream Elements, you need to chill. That one wasn't even that long. Okay. Give me a second. Let me untime you out again. There we go. Z-Back, the guy who made the sounds and couplers, is a part of the official team. I believe he's making sure that the American knuckle couplers are official to the game. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought I'd remember seeing something about knuckle couplers coming. I don't know why it keeps... What? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Well, the limit of 250 is quite small when talking about words and paragraphs. Yeah, I'm just gonna probably disable that then, because it wants a character limit. The max it will allow is a character limit of 249, which, yeah, it's like 3 lines of text. So yeah, let's just go ahead and disable that. And that's only if these filters are updating properly. Which I'm not sure if they are or not. Because Stream Elements website is a little iffy. Yeah, I hope so as well. I mean, this looks like it's my Twitch settings because it's showing my followers and stuff like that, but when I come down to spam filters and try to change like advanced settings, it's talking about or excluded groups. I don't know. Followers is not an option, so I can't exclude. You know, I can't make followers immune to certain things. Interesting. Okay. We'll see if that's working now. I'm not appreciating how the fact that in chat, though, it is removing all of your messages when you get timed out. That's not very nice. See if I can work on some stuff here. Sorry, I'm looking at Twitch settings real quick just because it's actually starting to annoy me slightly that it's being so rude. No, I don't see anything there. Okay. Alright. Okay. If Streamlabs, or if Stream Elements starts acting up again, I'm just going to take away its mod privileges for today. So, we'll see what happens. Because ever since I decided to give Stream Elements, you know, the privileges it deserves, it has been abusing them. So, was not expecting, you know, a bot to abuse its powers, but that's what it's deciding to do. So, so yeah, I do apologize, guys, for all the problems that the bots have been causing today. This is what happens when you set up bots and you don't test them properly. You get these kind of issues that you have to fix on the fly. Alright. Alright. B5, B8, alright, A3. Alright, we're heading over to A3S now to pick up probably 2 more cars. Yeah. 2 more cars for this train, and then we'll get these cars loaded. Get them put onto B60 as well. And then we'll see what needs to be done from there. Can I blow the horn? Yeah, sure. Either the audio is quiet or you can't hear anything. Interesting. The audio may very well be quiet. I mean, I'm sure you can hear me. Can you hear me and just not the game? Interesting. Lovely. More technical issues. Alright. Let me check that real quick. See if I can figure out what's going on. It could just very well be something to do with me running a dual PC setup here. It could be having issues somewhere. I noticed you weren't hearing the clickety-clack of the tracks. Yeah, that is fair. Alright. Let me take a look at this issue now. Yeah. So I don't stream often enough to have all of the issues sorted out here. Nope. Okay. Yeah, the game is just not outputting correctly. Give me one moment. Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. You know what it is. It's the Windows sound settings. It has been giving me issues with a lot of games. Lot of games recently. It's been giving me issues when I force the game to output to a specific. But all right, let's see if we can hear the game now. Let's see. Can you hear the train horn now? Okay. What's it? Funky things because of the way my audio is set up. I force the games to output to a very specific audio device, and Windows does not like launching the game outputting on that audio device. Don't ask how you didn't notice that the entire time. Because I've been, we've been talking the whole time. We've been having discussions. It's fine. I actually haven't blown the horn the entire time either, so there would have been no way to notice. Other than not hearing the clickety-clack of the tracks or the couplers clacking together. Been doing the chit-chat, if you will. Yeah, exactly. Alright, A3. Okay. Kick them, do it? I don't think the switches are set right. Hang on, let me see. If the switches are set right, I'll kick them real quick. A3, A3. Nope, that switch is not set right. Let me run down here. Let me confirm that I have handbrake set on this car. Alright, fine. I'll kick them. Let me go back over here. I mean, I'm gonna have to pick them back up, but I will kick them real quick. Nope. Increase throttle. Uncouple. And then give it a little bit of independent brake. Maybe a lot of independent brake? Maybe I didn't uncouple? I don't know. Oh, no, I only uncoupled, yeah, that's an issue. I only uncoupled one locomotive. Nah, you're good. All good. We didn't even hit the buffer. We didn't even hit the buffer. Oh, good. That's on me. I did not have the remote set up correctly. Nothing to worry about. I just want to check and make sure there wasn't any funky business going on here. None of them popped off. Nope. All good. Look at that. See? All good. Alright. Actually, I'm going to let those sit there for a minute. I want to get this loco spun around anyway. So... this... that coupler... Alright. We 110% kicked them. Yes, I do have a manual server. Oh, that's what that other license is. For anyone watching the VOD later, and I was discussing all of the licenses earlier, DVHR-MS is the manual service license, which lets you manually service the cars and or the locomotives. Might want to fix that loco. It's kind of sad. Ah. I don't know. They didn't get damaged at all, I don't think. Oh, if. If. I don't think so. I'll double check real quick. I mean, I'm gonna spin it around real quick anyway, so. Uh-oh. Now I'm kicking the locos around. Oy. Alright. Nope, all good. I will check those cars, though. Those cars did kind of hit together pretty hard. Oh, yeah. I think we damaged every car in the consist doing that. Oh, well. 72. 72. Yeah. I'm not going to worry about taking all these cars down there to manually service them, because I can only fit, like, 1 or 2 in the service shack at a time. I'll pay the fees on them. It's fine. No big deal. Oh, the locos are their own power unit. No, they aren't. Kick them down. I mean, without the brake set, I mean, technically it was still on, but the brake was not set, so I did almost kick that into oblivion. If I wouldn't have noticed that it was moving, it would have wound up, I don't know, the bottom of a hill somewhere. And I would have been running a train later and just smacked into it. Yeah, probably. That's about where it would be passing by now. Past the tutorial shed, it would wind up at the bottom of a hill. Let's see. Considering the way I know the switches are set, somewhere... Or no, wait. I'm looking at the wrong route. Yeah, it would go past the tutorial shed and wind up somewhere around the switch to goods factory in town. Or along that path. Yeah. Since it is a downhill grade. Even though the signage out there does not list it as a downhill grade, it definitely is. It would keep following that downhill, that path. It would get past the tutorial shed and keep going downhill somewhere. I don't remember the grades along that section of track. Alright. It definitely would pick up a little bit of speed, though, because there was no brake set at all. Though, to be fair, that is the train that the remote is set up to. So, at some point, I would have looked at it and been like, where'd that train go? And just engaged the brakes. Threw it in reverse and drove it back up here to find it. Alright, re-engage the coupler. So now we should be good to just lock in here. I wanted to get this this DE2 spun around. I prefer to run my consisted locomotives tail to tail. No, because after the tutorial shed, it goes through a rock valley, turns left, passes over the river, turns right, and runs along the river for a good while. Then makes another right, crosses the river again, and makes a left-hand turn, and goes straight for a while. Then you see the switch for goods factory. You don't know why you took the time to type that out? Fair enough. I mean, somewhere along there, like, I think a little bit of that is downhill, at least, so it would travel for a bit. Good info, I guess. I mean, I do have a version of the map printed out, as well as all of the charts, the station maps. This is my favorite station map to look at, the harbor station map. Having all the information on one page is pretty great, instead of having to flip between 7 different pages to look at harbor. Do you not just keep them on my character in game? I do not. Well, the map I do. This one I do. Because it served a purpose. I can teleport with it if I need to. Also, it shows me where I am. The station maps, I do not. I do not like having to flip through all of those pages to know what I'm looking at. For the station I'm at, I much prefer this version that I have printed out, because I can see the whole station at once. Yeah, the world map I keep on me. The station maps, no thank you. Most of the time I don't need station maps since I've played long enough, which is nice at times. Yep, I forgot to throw the switch. Yeah, that is fair. I can do pretty well managing the stations that I have been to a lot without needing the station map. But I do have them printed out and over here for reference, like Steel Mill, obviously. I haven't looked over at the station map really at all. I mean, I looked over here to see which side of the switch A3 was on. But, be right back. By the way, gotta do something real quick. Yeah, no. Take your time. I'll be here for a bit. I'm actually going to get coupled up to this consist of cars real quick, and then I am also going to take a very short break, just a couple minutes, and then I'll come back and we will continue the talk about trains and whatnot, and do some more shunting, or switching around the steel mill here. But first, I'm just going to go ahead and couple up so that I'm ready to move this consist when I get back. There we go. Go ahead and just shut the locos off real quick. Alright, and then tie in the airlines. Yep, alright. Coolio. Alright, and then and with that, I will take a short intermission. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. I'll be back. Alrighty. We are back. We are back. I was thinking about the 25 cars down to 5% grade again. I forgot to ask which cars were loaded and which ones weren't. Fair enough. Alrighty. So we're back. And let's jump right back into it. You know what? Real quick, before we even worry about loading these cars, I'm going to run over to the station office. I need to grab the contract anyway, so I might as well pay off the fees on all of those cars. Almost $9,000. Oh well, it was worth it. It was worth it. Alrighty, let's see. The cars closest to the loco were loaded, and then it can accelerate faster due to physics, but if the loaded cars were further away, then it would essentially murder all the cars between the loco and the loaded cars. Yeah, it would. Yeah, well, it would also depend, because either way, you know, if the loco and the loaded cars were at the top of the grade and all the empty cars were at the bottom, then at the bottom of the hill, just everything's getting destroyed. Would maybe speed up just a little bit slower, but it depends. Yeah. Yep, definitely. Oh, I forgot. We could have quite... Yeah, if the loco and the loaded cars are at the top, then just everything's dead and it doesn't matter. Yeah. We've got quite... Well, this is going to be quite a load. Well, no. About the same, wouldn't they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11. So that, well, I know that this adds up to 23. So that's 10, 20. That's 25 cars, though. And that would be 25 cars fully loaded at almost 1,300 tons. Either way. Sorry, just organizing paperwork. Alright, so we got SE34, SL97, SL17, SL33, and SU31. Right now we are working with 33. The machine factory. Wait, that doesn't seem right. To machine factory? Oh, into B60. Oh yeah, machine factory. Yeah, that is right. Yep. Nice reference. Alright, crew, we constructed another loco, and that 060 was our only operational loco, and our 282 is under service. Alright, we're selling the railroad. Yeah, I mean, at that point, like, yeah. If that was your only loco, like, at that point, just sell it. Just like, hey, I'm selling my company. Like, oh yeah? What do you got? 25 cars, 1 loco under service, 1 loco in a spot. Just, do you want the company? Yeah, sure. Alright, well, now that you own the company, I should tell you that all 25 cars and the 060 are derailed at the bottom of a 5% grade. So, that's your problem now. Have fun. Alright, so yes, we need contract 33. Alrighty. it wants us to pick up B7S, A3S, and B8S, which we have all of them, onto A7L. Alrighty, whoop. Alright. Let's go ahead and get these locos turned back on. Release the brakes. Meanwhile, the new owner arrives on scene. You've gotta be shitting me. I'm a Soda Railroad. Yeah, it would just be a chain of everyone selling it. Like, I'm not dealing with this. Until someone finally decides to ask, what mess am I getting into buying this? Or a larger railroad comes and buys them out and brings a re-railer. Company whose product was being shipped is just like, what is taking them so long? Where is my product? And that, children, is why most railroads that exist today are consistently wrecking all of their equipment. Company on the receiving end watches the old owner walk in with a paper and a shuffle. The paper is, screw your 5%, go grab some rockin' stones out back here. Some stones out your backyard, and walks out the door. And look what all we're loading here. Slabs, some beams, some rolls, some more slabs. Alrighty. Thomas and Friends episode. Yeah. Sounds like something, what was it, Diesel? Wasn't Diesel the one that was always, like, running around trying to hurt people? Like, derail them and stuff? It has been forever since I have seen anything from Thomas and Friends. Yeah. That sounds like some Diesel stuff going on there. Conveniently, he's an 060 diesel shunter. Oh, perfect. It works out in the story. Except he wasn't the one that derailed someone. He finally got a taste of his own medicine. Yeah. Ten out of 10 Oreo cookies. I'd really rather not accelerate downhill with this heavy load. Just want to make sure that I am clear of those. Damn it! Guess what I forgot to do? I forgot to turn in the contract. I grabbed the contract. I put the contract paper in my hands. Are we about to see a recreation, but professionally? No. No. I did forget to turn in the contract though, so now that I just pulled this train out of A7L, I now have to push it back in, set a handbrake, and go turn the contract in. You know, after if you had the DV custom mod, I would 100% recreate that on my own stream for your funnies. Fair. Because I definitely would. Yeah. After Simulator comes out, I will definitely be having more fun with this game and doing the weird shenanigans, stuff like that. But for now, with no save slots and save data, with it just being a single save file, I mean, I know where the files are. I could create a backup and do some stuff, but yeah. Yes, and they will have Sandbox once Simulator comes out as well. So there is that. But yeah, mostly just because single save slot, I'd really rather not go that much in debt when I'm trying to save for the DE6. Still got the time bonus. Look at that. Alright, question on YouTube. Let's see. Got a quick question. How do you switch in the tracks work? How do you know if you go left or right? So the diagonal line, the white line through the red, if the top corner is on the left, then you're going to go to the left. If it is on the right, you're going to go to the right. That is the easiest way to tell. The other way to tell is this indicator here. If it is straight up and down, then you are going straight. If it is to angle to the right, you're going to go to the right. And there's also some that angle to the left. See, there should be one of those somewhere. This one. If it angles to the left, you're going to go to the left. Also, whatever side this little the bulb is on is also another way to tell. Easiest way though, I always just look up at the top. If it's angled up to the right, you're going to the right. Up to the left goes to the left. When you turn the switch, yeah, you can also look at the rails. If the points on the left are touching, you're going to go to the right. If the points on the right are touching, you're going to go to the left. Wherever the gap is, that's the way you're going. Lots of different ways to figure it out. Gonna make it easier. Didn't know how that worked. Yes, Like I said, I always just look at the top, the white on red stripe. It's just the easiest way to look at it, in my opinion. I think, does the schematic map have anything on that? It's not going to, is it? I think actually one of the, how do I, there we go. One of the papers I thought talked about it. Derail Valley Guide, maybe? No, it's not gonna be that one. It's not gonna be that one. I thought one of the tutorial books discussed it. Apparently not. Interesting. Quite cool how we figured out how to make that work so many years ago, like 170 years ago. Yeah, it is definitely insane, you know, to think about. The fact that we still use the same technology as well. Track switching is still basically done the same way. I mean, there have been some slight modification. Thank you for the sub, Steven. Appreciate it. Much appreciated. I'm surprised, because that should have popped up. Should have got a notification for that. Unless Streamlabs is also deciding to not work today. I don't know. That's interesting. There should have been a stream alert that popped up, but whatever. It is fine. Everything is giving me issues today, and we just deal with it. All that we've really changed is how we use electrical switches on the Class 1s, meaning the bigger railroads like the BNSF, the NS, the UP, etc. But a lot of the tourist railroads still use them. Yep. Do you think the game ever come out on multiplayer? Because that would make it a lot easier on driving the steam engines. They will not be making multiplayer. I believe the devs confirmed that. If they do multiplayer, it's gonna be a long time before they get around to that. I think they're gonna build it on a new, on a completely new engine, like a new system. Because the way that they built this game, they did not build it for multiplayer. So to add multiplayer would is just not something they're looking to do at this time. Oops. But yes, this is definitely the type of game that multiplayer would be fun. But I understand the dev's decision to focus on single player first and foremost. Yeah, they said they would either release a whole new game for multiplayer or essentially remake the game from the ground up, which is essentially what they did for Simulator. Right. I believe they also did that when they did Overhauled. I believe they also rebuilt the game for Overhauled, which was a major content update a while back. That I'm not positive on that one. I only picked it up after Overhauled was out. But yeah, I know they're basically completely rebuilding the game for Simulator, which comes out in 10 days. Right? But I mean, if that's if that's what they want to do with their game, like, more power to them. If that's their easiest way to update things and get it the way they want, then more power to them. I would definitely really rather them continue rebuilding the game from the ground up than say, okay, that's enough of that game. Let's go make Derail Valley 2, charge people for it again, and have it have the updates that we wanted on the original game. Somehow people still get irritated at them for taking so long. Clearly those people have never written code or anything along those lines. Yeah, absolutely. Anyone who gets mad at game devs for the amount of time it is taking to release updates or release games in general has never done any coding and does not understand at all how game development works. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Might be coming out a little too hot here. Oh, we should be fine. I think the only reason they're upset is because Alt gave like what was it, 3 or 4 different release dates, but we got pushed back for reasons that at this point are obvious. Yeah, probably. Oh, I'm still like a car length away. I thought I was closer than that. Yeah, I mean, I understand people getting upset when like a release date is announced and then missed, or like re-announced to be later. That I understand, but like you can only be upset for so long. Like, right, you can understand being excited for the game, being told a release date 3 times, and then none of them following through. Right, I can understand a little bit of getting upset that, but yeah, you definitely have to look past it at some point and find that excitement again when the release date is, you know, confirmed again. Alright, did I not set handbrakes again? I didn't. Okay. Oh, that's because this train came in from the other side, so the handbrake's probably set on the other side. Yeah, it's a long train, and it's set all the way over here, so all the couplers were compressing. That's what was happening. Gotcha. And also, these people purchased it at an early access game. I don't know what they... that is what... Yeah, you hit the nail on the head right there. That is my biggest problem when people complain about these small indie games like this. You purchased an early access title, and you are upset because the game is not in a fully finished state, or because the game devs are updating and not hitting the goal they wanted to meet. I guarantee you berating the game devs for missing their internal deadline that they wanted to hit is not making the situation better, because they're also upset that they were not able to hit the deadline that they wanted to. Like, the game devs want... These small indie game devs, they're not in it for the money. They are in it to create a game that people are going to enjoy, and that is what they're trying to get. You know, yes, they need the money to be able to build the game and support the game, but their main focus is the player base and the game itself. They are not going to release an update that is going to fundamentally destroy their game and cause them to lose their player base. Yeah, they're not just going, oh, well, we missed the second release, might as well make up a third one now and see if we can hit that one. No, they are definitely looking at it and saying, damn it, we can't get it out on time. Sadly, we have to push it again. Like, and I'm saying this from the indie dev like perspective. Like now, the big AAA companies, they have their own issues. They've got other, you know, problems there. But from the perspective of the small indie devs, they definitely care about their games. Most of them. Yeah, that's something else we're talking about. That's something else, but we were talking about a team that's made 2 games, and that is their main focus for sure. Yes, definitely we are talking about the small indie games, and small indie dev companies, not large companies like Bethesda and you know, those kind of companies. But some people are just stubborn, so you can't do anything. Stubborn people are going to be stubborn, and there's nothing you can do about it. Sadly, it just is what it is. Yep. Sorry, with all the conversations we've been having, my Excel document is not 100% up to date. So I am just fixing it up real quick, putting in train identifiers and stuff like that. Yeah, sure. Take your time. I'll be here. Alrighty, so let me double check, make sure everything is where it is supposed to be. Or rather, where I claim it is. Let's go ahead and check. Let us see. 17's been moved over there. Actually, I have nothing. Oh, okay, I do have something on B7. Standing on B7 is a total of 4 cars. Taking the time to pet the doggo. Yes. Gotta make sure we pet the doggo. Alright, 97. Where did 17 go? Sorry, I am missing train cars at the moment. I don't know what I did with them. Gotta find out where they went. Alright. Alright, so I have 2 cars for 17 on B8. Those cars being 978 and 721 here. I will do this so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Alright, so I got those 2 cars for 17 there. Indeed, if anyone reading this, if you have a dog or cat and don't ever pet them before I order them to pounce on you. Yes, if you have a pet, then you have to pet the pet. That is why they are a pet. Yes. Alright, okay, so 4 cars there, 2 cars here. Alright, yeah, I think everything's where I claim that it is. This train now consists of 17 cars. That is an order, no questions asked, dismiss. Yeah. Yep. Alrighty. Thank you, Stream Elements, for actually doing the thing mostly correctly this time. Good job. You're finally figuring it out, Stream Elements. Good job. I'm proud of you. Alright. Now, let's go ahead, slide this back over. Make it small. Make it small again. Alright. Let's see. Last two things on my list is SU-31 and SU-34, which are the two inbound trains that need to be unloaded and switched onto some storage tracks. The reason I am not doing SL-97 or SL-31 is because I don't have the outbound space to store those trains. So Steel Mill has 4 outbound rails. B10, B20, B40, and B60. Alright, what is my favorite loads to pull in Derail Valley? That is a great question. A lot of the heavy stuff. Now, to be honest, I like, in any game where there's cargo involved, either car or by cargo, I guess it would have to be, my favorite car would be the flat cars, just because of the amount of different things that you can put on the flat cars. They are kind of hard to see on some corners because some of the loads are small, but that's alright. The gondolas, they don't look that great, and the boxcars come in a lot of different colors, so, but I mean, so do the containers that get put on the flat cars. There are definitely some loads where I will remember the last 3 colors, like the sequence of the last 3 cars, their color, so that I can make sure I always have the whole train. But now that I have the caboose, it doesn't matter. Which I will be spawning the caboose in when we're getting ready to leave out of here. But definitely, I like the flat cars. In any game where there's cargo involved, I prefer taking the heavy or the awkward loads. I do play ATS, American Truck Simulator. I have yet to do that on stream, so I don't have any content anywhere for that. But whenever I play that, I have yeah, nice. I have all of the cargo DLCs, so I like running anything that goes on a lowboy. The heavy loads, 150,000 pound loads, whatever. I would do more of the special transport missions if they weren't speed locked to 40 miles an hour on the highways where the speed limit is 70 and 80 mile an hour, and I'm out here just cruising at 40 because my escorts won't go any faster. That's the only reason I don't like the special transports. Otherwise, I'd be hauling those things all over the place. I just love how awkward they are, trying to get them around weird bends and stuff. But definitely here, really anything coming out of the factory towns, and then I guess anything coming out here of steel, because it's all heavy. It's all, I like a nice challenge when I'm moving stuff. Let me see if I can pull up my screenshot real quick. The only screenshot I have of this game. Is there any way I can do this in game and have it show up? No. Yeah, this is kind of funny. I would pull more box cars if they could, if they didn't involve multiple cuts of cars and they didn't take ages to put together. And my ATS average insulated trailers. Fair. You like the boxy stuff. That's fair. Alright, here's what we can do. Alright, give me just a second. Let me see if I can get this to work. Actually, I'm going to change this so that if this does not work the way I intend it to work, it doesn't. Alright, there we go. Nope. This one. Okay, so this is a screenshot of probably the longest load I have pulled. I have two consistent DE2s, tail to tail at the front. Then I have one contract of flat containers. It was approximately 12 cars, I believe. Then I have an additional consist of two DE2s with the remote control program to the front one. Again, tail to tail. Looks like 4 empty box cars, 6 empty flat, or 5 empty flat cars, and then an additional 9 or 10 flat cars with containers on them. So this was 4 contracts. I pulled this from, I believe it came out of Food Factory in town, or it might have been mixed cargo from Food Factory and Machine Factory. Pulled it down to Harbor in town. And here I'm passing over Goods Factory here in the background. This was the only spot where it was wide, long enough and open enough to get a screenshot of the whole train in one shot. You do most of the stuff from Steel Mill. I run with is either the gondolas or the shunting jobs, where I take hoppers to the iron mine east or west to the coal mine. That's fair. I can't easily just pick and choose what jobs get done, because I have switch this back, get rid of this. One of the mods I have installed is the persistent jobs mod, so the mod, or the jobs are always the same. Also, these are rookie numbers. Speaks with a strong southern accent. Back in the day, I think it was around October 22, you ran 3 DE6s. You pulled 82 cars through the mountain, from Food Factory all the way to the steel mill. Fair enough. Like I said, I am working on getting the DE6s. I actually have never operated the DE6s in this game as of yet. Oh shoot, I didn't even look at my money. I am that close. We need, okay. The wallet says that we need $1,100. In reality, we need a bit more than that, because I need to get both of these engines, both of these shunters serviced before I can buy the new license. But let's go ahead and get to it. Yeah, all I've ever had to work with is the DE2s. Oh, what's happening? I'm not sure what just happened, guys. Oh, well, okay. Cool. Thank you. My mic did stop. My mic likes to randomly mute itself. No. Everything's fine. My mic likes to randomly mute itself when a new input device is connected. And so when my graphics died, whatever just caused my graphics to die killed the capture card. So the capture card restarted itself and muted my mic. But yeah, no, it's fine. Game just crashed a little bit. Everything's fine. Just gotta restart Streamlabs. No, I shouldn't have. The game autosaves every so often. So I should technically be sitting exactly where I was, because I was idle for a little bit, so an autosave should have kicked in somewhere along the way. Oh, it also killed my Discord on my primary computer. Okay, there we go. Don't mind the Discord sounds in the background. Okay. Just gotta get everything resituated real quick. I gotta get OBS opened back up on my primary computer. Alright. Also, my friend was in a VC with me, and I was screen sharing, and I knew the order I wanted. To the cuts off the cars to be in for the consist. So I lined them up on the table and had my friend take a photo of my screen with his phone and help me organize the big ass consist. That is fair. Yeah. That's usually what I do. I'll line them up. I'll organize them in some fashion and then line them up in the order I want to do them or something. Then I derailed somewhere because of a stupid reason. I rage quit and murdered the most recent save file. Fair. Alright. Give me a second. The game is being finicky at the moment, as it always does when it opens. Which also, I'm going to have to change the Windows sound settings because the game relaunched. Otherwise, you guys won't be able to hear it. Nope. Set it back to nope. Nope. Stop this input device or output device. There we go. So none of it ever happened to the game according to its memory. Oof. Which is good. It should forget that nightmare. Gotcha. Alright. Yep. Okay. There we go. That fixed it. Now check OBS. OBS is working. This one is not, though. Un momento, almost there. Alright, this should work now. Yes! There we go. Alright, we're back. As if nothing ever happened. Except I just have to reset some stuff. You hear the train things, yes. You hear the chugga-chugga of the engine running. And the doors getting slammed open. Alrighty. Yep. Right where we left off. Everything where I left it. Also hearing the constant hissing. It sounds like it's coming through my mic. I have a little bit of Nightcore in the background. I'm not sure if that's what you're hearing. At least I think that's picking up on the stream. If not, what it might be is it might be the fan of my streaming computer. The fan is running pretty hard on that right now, and I don't have a way to really get it out. That sounds like an air tank leaking. Okay, it is just a sheer hiss. Did it happen to just get louder? If so, I know what it is. Okay, so what that is, yeah, that is the fans on my my streaming rig. It's starting to get a little warm, so the fans are running a little harder. Sadly, I don't have a way to gate that out of the mic. The mic just picks up everything, so I have tried. I have done as much tweaking with the mic as I know how to kind of get it down as low as I can. I mean, the mic is very sensitive though, sadly. All right. Okay. Either way, let's get back into it. You should be able to add gates and compressions through Streamlabs itself. If I'm not talking about that. Yeah, I've tried messing with it on Streamlabs through the software for the mic itself. It's just if I cut it down, I think the game just crashed again. At least the capture card did. I might be done for the night. It looks like, guys. Yeah, it did. Unity just crashed again. The game. I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. Yes, it did. Thank you. Forgot about that. It happens every time. Yes, it does look like I am done for the night. Sadly, the game will not stay open. But yes, I did the gates and compressions through Streamlabs. I've tried that. I've tried through the software for the mic itself. I've tried through the virtual mixer that I use. Actually, I guess technically it's two different virtual mixers. The virtual mixer for the mic and the virtual mixer that I use to send audio to my streaming computer. I've tried messing with all the different gate settings and compressions through all of it. If I bring it down any more than where it's at, you start losing my voice on occasion. From what I've experienced, I might try to mess with it again at some point, but for now, it's fine. Well, either way, it was fun chatting with you. Glad you pay attention to your chat, which a lot of people forget to do in this game because they're focused on not dying in this game. Yes, that is fair. Well, today I was just doing shunting work, so it wasn't that bad. But yeah. I mean, for me, it's not terrible to pay attention to chat since I'm running a dual rig setup. I have a combined 4 screens in front of me. I've got my primary gaming monitor directly in front of me. Off to the side is my secondary monitor for the gaming computer, which is where my Discord and playing this game, the Excel document, sits. On the other side, I've got the primary monitor for the streaming rig, which is where I've got chats and stuff, as well as Discord. And then up top is where Streamlabs is sitting, so that I can check and make sure everything is running correctly. But yes, I am the type of person who I like engaging with my chat. The community that I am trying to grow is just that. It's a community I'm trying to grow, not just push content. Make sure to stop by next time I stream, and hope I have a good rest of my night. Good luck with figuring it out. Thank you, I appreciate that. Make sure to turn on notifications, or if you would like, on the Discord, there's a role you can join, the live pings role. You'll get notifications whenever I post anything whenever I go live on Twitch, or if I post anything to YouTube, including when I pre-set up the streams, usually at least an hour ahead of time, so you can kind of get that notification like, hey, there's going to be a stream coming up soon. Yeah, but yes, that is the mindset I have. My attempt is to grow a good community of people and to have fun, not just create videos and streams for the sake of doing that. But yes, so thank you everyone for stopping by. Sadly, I probably could have kept going for a while. Probably could have kept going for at least another hour playing this game. And I was really hoping to get that DE6 tonight. But we're real close. I will off stream try to figure out what's going on with the game. See if I can fix it and hopefully maybe do some more streams. Maybe this weekend. We'll see. No, it's only Tuesday. So. But yeah, definitely stay tuned if you're enjoying the content. Keeps undoing your reacts to... yes. Yeah, so you'll react to it, and then... yeah, so you have the role. So that's the way that that system works. When you react to it, it'll give you the role and then take away your reaction. And then if you react to it again, I think it takes the role away from you. But right now you have the reaction, or you have the role for live pings. So if you go to the channel notifications chat, you'll see all of them. Yes, that is intentional. That's just the way that Dino does reaction rolls. But yeah. You will probably get another ping after a little bit after the stream ends. It will be YouTube posting the VOD. But yes. But either way, thank you all, anyone who came out today. Greatly appreciated. If you haven't already, you would like to see more of the content, click the follow button on Twitch, click the subscribe button on YouTube. Not saying that I am live on both of them, but I could be. Yeah. See you around, Sean. Great talking with you today about train stuff and the game. But yep, I'll be around. I do not have a consistent stream schedule. Best way to find out when I go live is to turn on notifications or join the Discord and grab the live pings roll like we were just discussing with Sean. The Discord, down in the description on YouTube, there is a link on Twitch, or it will be popping up in the Twitch chat in just a moment. There is the link. And I will see you guys next time around.